Test, test. Is it ready to go? Okay, are we live or? Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. Thank you for joining us on a Saturday. We can please start off with the roll call.
Mr. Andrew Sandoval.
Here.
Ms. Sarah Turner. Here. Mr. Jacob Sandoval.
Here.
Ms. Elva Ariano.
Present here.
Mr. Neil Patel isn't present.
Okay, so we have quorum. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can I get a motion for the approval of the board agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Andrew Sandoval.
Yes.
Ms. Sarah Turner. Aye. Mr. Jacob Sandoval.
Aye.
Ms. Elva Ariano.
Aye.
Mr. Neil Patel isn't present. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Today on the closed session items, we have 2.1 potential litigation. Okay. Under Government Code 54956.8 and 54956.9. And then we have item 2.2, Public Employee Evaluation, Superintendent. Is there any public comments regarding closed session items? Okay, so no closed session items, okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn the closed session, please?
Motion to adjourn to closed session?
Can I get a second?
A second?
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Andrew Sandoval.
Yes.
Ms. Sarah Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Jacob Sandoval.
Aye.
Ms. Elva Ariano.
Aye.
Mr. Neil Patel isn't present. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, we'll see everybody afterwards.
There's some coffee and some donuts to get us through the morning. So if we want to take a moment and grab something to go, we can walk over to Ms. Johnson's room. Thank you.
So this is for closed session. No, this is open session.
Just so this will be open. Yeah.
Is that gonna be? Is that gonna be?
Oh, he texted back.
Yeah, he didn't say why he was.
Oh, okay.
Is everybody ready? Yeah, you ready? Okay. So welcome back, everybody. We're going to reconvene back into open session at 11:57. There was nothing that was voted on, so there's nothing to report out. Is there any public comments regarding any non-agenda items? And I imagine no public comments regarding agenda items?
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to 6.1, Strategic Action Plan.
Okay, so this is, I'm bringing this for, as a discussion item. I have given the board members a very large copy of it in case you want to take some notes. So our strategic action plan would simply be laying out our district vision and mission, and this would be our opportunity to adjust those. So they haven't been adjusted in the 6 years that I've been in Santa Rita. So it might be time for us to sort of realign and maybe talk about mission, vision statement, staying with what we have, changing up what we have, or going with something sort of new. Having a placemat like this, a strategic action plan such as this, gives sort of a one-stop place for people to go and say, what is Santa Rita School District about? What are they trying to accomplish? And sort of putting down what our core values are as a district and as a board. So what are the values behind our actions that we take? And then what are the priorities that we have? So I went through, I looked at other districts that have strategic action plans. I know Gonzales has a similar one. Castro Valley has something similar where it visually kind of looks like this. And it's just a nice way for people to go, what are they trying to do? And so I put down this a draft to give us sort of a starting point for our discussion about, like the areas that are priorities. We might want to have, academic, sort of the social emotional, learning environment, community, and then what are we trying to do fiscally? And so, each section that way. And if we wanted to start with, in the small draft, I kind of gave you what our current vision and mission is. And overall, when you're creating like a vision statement, that's your statement as a board of where we want to be. And then a mission statement is what are we doing, what we do. So currently, our vision is that the vision of the Santa Rita Union School District is the statement improving the world with every student. And the mission currently is that Santa Rita Union School District is to assure that all students will be provided an appropriate, challenging instructional program, enabling students to become contributing members of a global community by providing opportunities to develop academic and social skills in a nurturing environment. So that's our current ones. I put in some suggested language, and this is where we can sort of open it up for discussion. So my suggested was that it's on the small one. I'm sorry, the larger one printed out the old statements that were on there. So the suggested vision, Santa Rita Union School District aspires to be a world-class school district that develops the minds and hearts of its students, inspiring our community to be the place where we all learn and grow. And then a suggested mission statement of in partnership with the community. And I put that because that's been really the push of our last several months in particular, is building that relationship with our community, that the Santa Rita Union School District exists to provide a high quality, comprehensive educational experience, or educational experiences that support each student's academic and social emotional development and prepares them to be global citizens who are college, career, and life ready. But so this is our chance to sort of wordsmith our, the one on the larger would be like a third option, and that sort of matches like what Gonzales has and Castro Valley in a way. what I did for the suggestion on the smaller is I just put in nation's best school districts. And I started sort of looking at how are they framing their vision for what they're trying to do and their mission. And then looking at how do I craft that in a way that fits Santa Rita. So for instance, with that mission of adding in partnership with the community, because I think that speaks to sort of what we're trying to do. We are trying to be that community facility that meets the needs of our students and our families to help them get wherever it is they want to go when they leave us. So we could start there.
Okay. Is there any initial comments or questions the board would like to bring up? I think for me personally, just kind of, I guess, start the conversation is on the vision. I do appreciate the portion where it says we all learn and grow, because I think that's been a striving, not just our students and our community, but us as board members, our staff, our teachers, that we're always thinking in that mindset, that we're always trying to improve and learn and grow from each other. So I think on the suggestion, I definitely would want to keep that language in there.
I totally agree. I just feel that our mission statement, or even the vision and the mission statement, our current one, is pretty vague. And I think we just need to add some of that language. Well, the suggested one, the two suggested ones, I totally think that that should be our new mission statement. I'm not sure whether there should be some other wording in there, but I totally think that this is really good. Another thing too, once we establish a mission statement, do we have it up in the district office?
See, I'd like for this placemat to be something that it's easy to access, it's easy to see. And when somebody comes up to you in the grocery store and says, why is Santa Rita doing that? You go, well, it's our core values. Or you go, it's our priority for social emotional learning. You know, when they go, well, how come you guys are doing this kind of counseling program? Well, because it's one of our priorities as a district. So that this really becomes that sort of pinpoint that we're always able to go back to. And it's our mission, it's our vision to do this, and just kind of keep bringing it back and having this
Right.
everywhere.
Yeah, because I've seen it in the mission statement and the vision statement in a lot of district, not around here, but other districts in nearby here in California. And they have it posted in their office. And I think it's just a great thing to have that, so we can all see it and people come in and they can see it too.
I think so.
So, but I do like the suggested one. Anybody else?
Yeah, I like the suggested one as well. I had written one out. I thought they were the same document initially, but you know, our current vision statement, like Ella said, it's pretty vague. I had thought of something like educating and empowering our students so they can improve the community, something along those lines. You know, to be incorporated possibly in the suggested, because we want to empower students. But as far as wordsmithing that, that's not my forte, but just my thoughts.
I really, for the suggested one, it's a kind of one current, one that sort of aligns with like what other districts are doing, and then the one that I would suggest. I wanted to kind of talk about that. It really brings it back to the community, because I always think about, like, you know, that's one of the strong points about Santa Rita, is we tell people, you know, when you leave us, you're still Santa Rita. You know, when our eighth graders leave us, or when our teachers retire, and things like that. And we have, you know, people who are applying to work with us specifically now, because of our community and because of our identity, and that's so important. So I thought, you know, and I mean, we've got principals who were kindergarten students here, you know. I mean, we've got teachers who are like, oh, I was at Gavilan View as a student. We've got board members who, you know, you went to school here. And so it really is for us sort of keeping that cycle going, that we do have people who go away to college and who come back and serve this community on purpose. Or, they go elsewhere and then they're coming back and they're, bringing their kids back to school here because that's where they went to school. And so kind of keeping that aspect for me, I thought really sort of matches our growing identity and sort of what is the Santa Rita brand? It's all about our whole community for us. So.
So I think the challenge would be either choosing one or the other, or kind of modifying one that we think would be, it kind of sounds like the board's more to the suggestion one, or modifying that one, or what would the board feels is our starting point?
So we're just looking at the vision and the mission.
First,
Yeah.
the
For now.
vision. First, we'll start with the vision,
vision,
just the vision
yeah.
only, and then we'll.
I think that the vision, the suggested vision, I'll go with that one.
Sarah, what are your thoughts? Is there other language that we might want to use instead, or something that we're kind of missing in there?
Well, I would take out the aspires to be world-class school district and just go to start visions. The Santa Rita School District develops the minds and hearts of its students, inspiring our community to be the place where we all learn and grow.
Okay.
Just
Say it again. Can you say that again?
so just going from the school district and then
Taking
go
out
to
develops.
the minds and hearts of its students.
Okay.
Inspiring our community to be the place where we all learn and grow.
I apologize. So just going from the Santa Rita Union School District and then jumping to develops the minds and hearts of its students, inspiring our community to be the place where we all learn and grow. And just the reason I would take out the aspires to be a world-class school district, I feel like we are that if we're developing the minds and
Yeah.
hearts of our students. And then I feel like it successes as we define it, not necessarily as,
Makes it more of an active statement.
somebody
to
else
just go right to
defines
develops.
it. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I do feel the way you shorten it, kind of like, bam, it's like an arrow almost,
Yeah.
where it kind of jumps to the
Yeah.
to the point as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like that the change. Yeah.
I'm okay with the change also.
Sarah's our wordsmith. Along with Melissa.
All right, so how about our mission statement? So I'll just, in partnership with the community, Santa Rita Union School District exists to provide a high-quality, comprehensive the A is the problem. Let me take that out. To provide high-quality, comprehensive educational experiences that support each student's academic and social-emotional development and prepares them to be global citizens who are college, career, and life ready.
Partnership.
I'd be interested in where it has each student's academic and social emotional development and prepares them to be, and then just insert in there responsible global citizens, and then taking out the college, career, and life ready. I know that's college, career, and life ready is sort of a thing that the state mentions over and over again, but just I feel like if you're a responsible global citizen, like that's what I'm looking for.
And put a period after citizens.
Yeah. And then there is something where district exists to provide, so, taking out the A, as you mentioned.
The district provides, or take out the A, yeah.
Yeah. The district exists to provide high quality comprehensive educational experiences, because it's a plural there.
Yeah. What are the thoughts on eliminating that? who are college, career, and life ready phrase.
I personally kind of like that section, I think, because I think that'll hit key for parents more than anything. And I think that's kind of a portion that I do like the responsible. I think that's very important, especially in the current times we live in. But I think especially to let parents know that that's still our goal, and I think parents
Okay.
hit home with that. I think so. I think I'd be open to keeping it, depending on what the rest of the board thinks. Yeah.
How about instead of responsible, successful?
I think what's successful is kind of how do you define, I guess, potentially success? I guess because on the other one, I kind of like the whole critical thinking aspect of it. So I think like the responsible kind of encompasses that a bit, at least for me, personally, is, you know, they're not just successful, but they're responsible. Because successful, I guess for me, I think of like, you can be a big business owner, but not very ethical in a way. So I always like the responsible portion of it. But I see what you're kind of saying. So
So then it would read, starting with emotional, emotional development, and prepares them to be responsible.
citizens,
Global citizens
global.
Oh, okay, global citizens.
who are college, career, and life ready. If we leave that part.
I personally like the college, career, and life ready to just leave it like that.
I don't mind leaving it. I've heard it in so many state documents that I'm a little burned on it right now.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Andrew, about leaving that last portion there?
I mean, I'm okay with it. I think that college is definitely a great path. I think that they're, I know it says college, career, and life ready, but, I think the emphasis, there's just options. So
Should we put career, college, and life ready? If we put career first? Because I guess career could be trade, could be any type of
it'd
thing.
be a
that
lot
you're-
of, yeah. Like I said, I'm not, it's not a big point for me, but just that, not, college is not for everyone. And so there's those other pathways. And I know that, even our superintendent for MCOE is pushing more other pathways as well, but it's not like this is determining people's future.
What if we took out college and career and just said life ready?
Yeah, because that does encompass both college and career just being life ready as far as.
I don't know.
But a lot of people don't know what life ready is. I mean,
That's true.
I'm talking about like parents,
Yeah.
some of them, and then I guess if they question it, we could provide answers for them, but I still,
Maybe it's better, yeah.
Or maybe even career, college, and life ready. I don't know if that switch will make a difference in the order of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
That
go
way
with the majority of the board on that particular topic. It's not-
So maybe, I don't know what you guys' thoughts of just switching college
Okay.
and career. So put
So it would read, in partnership with the community, Santa Rita Union School District exists to provide high-quality, comprehensive educational experiences that support each student's academic and socio-emotional development and prepares them to be responsible global citizens who are career, college, and life ready.
Yeah, I like it better with the switch.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
And then kind of, what are our core values? And there's definitely room to expand. And so it's kind of laying out, just what are the things that are important, to this board as representatives of our community for our district, So I looked at other districts that had a similar kind of document and put down some suggested core values. And since we put the where we all learn and grow, we move that up to the vision. So we won't use the one on the big placemat, but on the smaller one, it's just sort of outlining like that student success is the responsibility of all, that we hold that as a core value, that we nurture the gifts and talents of all students. Our schools are safe spaces for all. Our commitment to equity ensures that our educational system is responsive to all students, regardless of personal and social circumstances. That all students, families, and staff are valued and treated with respect and dignity. What is there anything we'd want to change or add other core values that represent, what we hope to accomplish?
I think for me, when I read those, it shows really what Santa Rita is all about, and I think in reading those, it really lets a family or parents know if they send their students here, like what is important to us, as far. And I think what stands out to me a lot is we nurture the gifts and talents of all students.
Yeah.
I think kind of speaking, and as far as whether it's college or career, whatever they might be, is there's so many different paths you can take in life, and we're going to nurture whatever that student may want to find their passion in. Because I think that's what oftentimes is encouraging students to find their passion more than anything. Be successful, but also find what makes them passionate about life. And so I think that's really stands out to me. And I think the other portion of it too is all students, families, and staff are valued and treated with respect and dignity. So that way, staff or people who want to work come excited to work for our district because we want them with passion. But also families know that regardless of whatever their situation is, they're going to be treated with respect, dignity, and we're going to do all our best to nurture their students and their talents. So.
I really liked the list, and I'm gonna possibly confuse people by talking about two things at the same time, but I have a purpose in what I'm doing. If you look over at the priorities and academic, and the first thing that it says there is every third grader will read at or above grade level. I understand the goal for that in terms of if they're not reading well coming out of third grade, that future academic success is really a problem. But what I'm more interested in is that we participate in the goals of every student, looking at them individually, which I feel like the core values really do that. And kind of what I was thinking, and the reason that I mentioned that thing is that we sometimes have students who, we may have a newcomer student in third grade who's never been to school before, so sort of saying that like every student's going to probably that student will not be reading in English at third grade level at the end of the year. That doesn't mean that we weren't intensively working with that student. And sort of the other situation I was thinking about, like where it's like we nurture the gifts and talents for our students. I really appreciate how we've added music to the elementary level and PE teachers and that kind of thing. So it was more for me that we look at every student as an individual and we honor the gifts and needs of every student. So I feel like we're getting that in our core values. And then when it comes over to the academic priorities, I'd sort of like to reflect that there where it's not necessarily a statement like every third grader will read at and above grade level, but just like that we meet the needs of every student, and that we have a plan for success for every student, that kind of thing.
So, when I pulled these, like I'm pulling them from other districts and I kind of added some others. So like looking at like the academic priorities, that first one is a very specific one that shows up in like a lot of these for districts, but the second one might be the more appropriate one for us.
Yeah.
To start with and cut that first one under academics, because it's really all about we're supporting students to meet or exceed grade level expectations. We're doing what we can to get them there. And we have to honor the starting point. And so really our focus then is what kind of supports do we have on place to attempt to get them there, if it takes 1 year or 2 or 3 or more to try to get our students there. But, under core values, was there something that we wanted to add about our commitment to community? I don't know.
And this probably goes in line too, but I don't, in the section where it talks about, let's see, all students, families, and staff are valued, treated with respect and dignity. Although, by them being valued, I'd also like to add that all students, families, and staff are welcomed. I really want that when parents or we get visitors, that our district is a welcoming place. Same thing like with our board. We want people to feel welcomed and valued. So I know it kind of goes aligned with valued, but I just want us to make that emphasis that people are welcome. They walk into our district office and, you know, our staff is obviously doing a great job greeting people, but just that genuine welcome and acknowledgement across
So-
our district.
What if we add another bullet point that says, we are a welcoming environment to our community, or, you know, something like that, that it's really a standalone core value, about that we are, yeah.
How were you wording it initially? Or how were you thinking initially?
You know, I was just thinking, you know, all students, families, and staff are welcomed, valued, treated, and respected. We could just add it there, or I'm not sure. I just want us to make sure that, you know, new families and people, you know, sometimes they don't know how to navigate the system, but that they're welcomed and that we're, you know, that customer service aspect of, you know,
But
of that interaction.
that makes sense. Where somebody walks in, because I know
Yeah.
at times I've seen other school districts or district offices or other school sites where somebody walks in and it can be kind of intimidating. So it's kind of like we're creating that first step, and like this is our culture. We want to be. Somebody walks in, they want to feel as comfortable as possible to ask whatever questions or resources they may need.
How about if we added one, another bullet point that said, our culture is welcoming and service oriented?
Like that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking on the fourth bullet point, our commitment to equity ensures that our educational system is responsive, I think, to all students and families, regardless
yeah.
of personal and social circumstances. Because you guys know sometimes kids are overcoming all obstacles and doing great things in the classroom, and the family may have huge
Yeah.
needs that we could help with.
So in that fourth one, add responsive to all students and families, regardless of personal and social circumstances.
So, sorry, can you read that one again?
So
It would be
on the fourth bullet point, our commitment to equity ensures that our educational system is responsive to all students, and then adding and families, regardless of personal and social circumstances.
okay. And then what was the additional one you mentioned, Melissa?
Our culture is welcoming and service oriented.
I love that.
Yeah, and I think Sarah's point speaks to, you know, our new direction with our new closer position, family. Yes, because we know that, you know, by supporting the family, it's going to support the students. So I think that's in line with the direction we're going.
Okay. And any other core values we want to highlight, or do we feel like that sort of encompasses what when people go, what is Santa Rita about? We go, well, these are our core values. And then priorities. I as superintendent, I agree with Sarah that oftentimes that every third grader will read at or above grade level. You're setting yourself up for a goal that you may not reach. We don't know what students walk in the door, and our goal is to get them as far as we possibly can before they leave us. Like I said, I included some things that, you know, you see traditionally, but I added some, you know, sort of non-traditional kind of things about, you know, like every student will be supported to meet or exceed grade level expectations. And so maybe cutting that first one, but leaving the second one.
So it would start with every student will be supported. That'd be the number
Yeah.
one. Okay. I like
if
that idea.
that's-
So we're going to take out the first one
Yeah.
and just,
Now, what do you think, Elva?
I think that that's, you know, unless every grade level, every third grade, read at or above grade level. Yeah, I think we should just take that out and just go with the second one, starting with the second one. Yeah, because like Sarah said, in third grade, it's just, you know, not everybody is going to meet that
Yeah,
expectation
I was
of reading.
thinking Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys. And maybe then just in the list,
Mhm.
uh, switching the next two, like starting with Santa Rita Union School District will maximize learning opportunities for all grade levels. That we're sort of like we're putting that down as like that's the beginning. That we're maximizing learning
Yeah.
opportunities for all students. And then the next one,
Would be
down from
every-
there, every student will be supported to
Okay.
meet or exceed grade
Grade
levels,
level
you know, so like
expectations.
we're starting with maximizing opportunities and then like what does that look like? Well, we're starting with we're
Yeah.
trying to get everybody to meet or exceed grade level expectations.
That makes
and
sense.
then going down from there.
For the one about students will receive appropriate supplemental instruction to meet their individual needs. So, one of the things for me is a lot of times we focus really hard on like the remediation, the intervention, the, English language development that students need. And we're not necessarily, and to me, I think of it as an intervention for a student or supplemental instruction when a student needs acceleration.
Yes.
And so, because to me, like when I look at like a response to intervention model, I think of it of the students who are reading far below grade level. They need an intervention. And then there's students who are reading far above grade level or they're excelling in math or, beyond grade level. That, acceleration in a way is also a much needed intervention for those students. And so I kind of wanted to, as we go back to looking at what are supplemental instructional programs that we do when we talk about maximizing the learning opportunities for all of our students at every grade level. So to me, maximizing it means we've got to kind of run the whole gamut of instructional opportunities, whether that's remediation, EL, or, a child may need remediation in one area, but acceleration in another. Or you may have an EL student who is gifted in math. And so they need that. And giving them that actually will improve this other area. So I kind of wanted to add a statement in there that was one that I squeezed in there because I thought that kind of encompasses what I'm hoping that we start really looking at is doing that full sort of gamut of offering supplemental.
No, and I appreciate that because you made me remember that in third grade, I had a Miss Jackson at Santa Rita Elementary School. And there was a group of us students that were kind of excelling at the math level. So she would give us supplemental stuff,
Yeah.
even though that was above what she was teaching. And I feel like that started my journey. That it took me, obviously, I took algebra in earlier grades and calculus and kind of stuff because she recognized that there was some students that were meeting above it and she provided that supplemental
Yeah.
side. So I'm really glad you brought that up. Yeah.
No, I agree. Thank you for including that. And I also feel like that was something we had a lot of discussions about pre-COVID, like trying to formalize a little bit more, potentially offering after school opportunities for, elementary kids and other things. So it as we settle back down into regular life again,
A new normal.
sort of going back to that goal and saying, okay, how can we do this within the school day? And then potentially, are there things outside of the school day that we want to offer to kids, both for remediation and acceleration?
I had a question about, it says every student will have at least one staff member whom they identify as their advocate. And I know these are our priorities in our goals, but how are we going to implement that, or how are we going to pass out that information that's one of our goals?
So that's one of those things and kind of talking to the leadership team and the principals and the directors and like as teachers work in PLCs, and it's one of those things that COVID may have benefited us in a way. The way that our teachers were able to sort of structure their online engagement with students and doing that sort of check-in with them. The middle school teachers really focused on having like that homeroom teacher connection and their family of teachers that the students would experience. And sort of how can we bring that back into our new normal, that our students know that they all have at least one person that they can go to say, I need help, or I have this problem, or, what do you think about this? And so we've sort of, our teachers engaging online with students the way that they did, it's a dynamic that was created this year for a lot of our students that they may not have experienced before because they had what felt like a closer engagement with a teacher. And so is that something that we could bring over? So that we are ensuring that, you know, whether it be a counselor or their PE teacher or the vice principal or, you know, that they have at least somebody that they know I'm in trouble or I don't feel comfortable or something that they can go to that person and say, I need your help. It kind of goes to our character counts as well and sort of coming back to that and bringing that, how do we teach students also to advocate for themselves? I know that like our counselors this year, you know, sort of engaging with students in that online forum and what they're working with them on and what they'd like to start building that capacity is working with students on how to self-advocate, how to find that person who will help advocate for you. You know, when there's an issue or when there's a challenge, it's a thought. So
Yeah, I like it. And the reason I question it is because my daughter at John, then also known as now John Gutierrez, you know, had two great Mr. Stockdale and Mr. Carrillo, who she had that, you know, that kind of a bond with. And so I'd like other students to, you know, and I'm sure there are, I think they're great people that they could have honest conversations with, but I'd love for, you know, all our students to have that connection or be able to find that person.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, some of the teachers opened up their classrooms even during their lunch periods. And so, you know, just I'd love for that to be implemented district-wide, so everyone has that safe place, that support, the honest conversation. So that I like the goal. I like us, you know, everyone to have that same experience.
to me, that was it was our chance to sort of bring something that we learned and put in place during COVID. You know, so like engaging and talking to teachers, you know, about, so what went well during this, because we are in education shifting to a new normal. You know, school's going to be a little different after this past, you know, 15 months that we've had. And so what is one of the good things that we could carry over with us? And overwhelmingly, that was it. That was one of those things that sort of that connection that kids were able to make with teachers. Just kind of want to keep that going.
Not really related to this paper, but maybe something that we could explore or think about is being able to have a way that we've set up a relationship with a teacher or a cohort of students that would like follow those kids through the middle school. I mean, that was something that I experienced as a high school student where, you know, like 12 of us were assigned to like all teachers got like 12 kids that they were responsible for. And you had that same person, like all 4 years of,
Like an advisor.
like an
Yeah.
like an advisor, but they weren't, you know, they weren't the formal school advisors. It was just someone, and it was somebody just to have a relationship. You know, the person who was assigned to me, I didn't actually have her as a teacher till I was a senior. Like I had only known her as, you know, the person who watched out for us, you know, kind of thing. And it might be interesting to just sort of explore, you know, like a teacher knowing, hey, this is my little group of people from 6th through 8th grade that I'm, you know, that I'm overseeing a little bit. And then they'd start again, you know, the new cohort after that cohort graduated.
That, you know, that's part of that AVID dynamic too, that like as more of our teachers get trained in that, the middle school, and that kind of expands out, I think that's actually like a key component of that, like that you've got your group of students and just sort of growing that. That's cool. And looking at the access to socio-emotional learning supports, so that kind of goes back to those counselors really want to, you know, develop a program where we're not just supporting them when they have a need, but we're also sort of actively teaching students how to advocate for themselves and how to process emotional needs. And so actually do some teaching for our students in that vein as well. And so that was just sort of to encompass what our counseling team would really like to work towards. And then training for our staff as well. Was there anything else in that kind of area, that sort of socio-emotional range?
I think that's good. Also, we put the fourth one as far as also making sure our staff is taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Because that obviously, if we start leaning on them a little bit for the staff that for
Yeah.
the students, that they're also taking care of themselves and we're supporting them
Mm-hmm.
to make sure they stay also well. Is there anything else on the social emotional that we should add, or should we move on to the next one?
I think we're good.
Okay.
For the learning environment, that our staff will embed culturally responsive, research-based effective practices in their daily work. I just think that's important with our current, national culture, that we really look at actively doing that. That we're recruiting and retaining a diverse group of highly qualified teachers and staff to support students. I know that's an HR goal always. And I noticed a spelling error in the third bullet point, that school campuses will be maintained to provide safe and appropriate conditions for learning. I know our director of MOTF, that's always a goal of his, and that we keep improving it. So if there's something that's going wrong, that we're keeping our students safe and appropriate conditions for learning as we notice issues and make changes to our campuses, that we're doing that with safety in mind.
Can we add a word in there? And I don't know exactly what, but like, it's been a goal of this board, and I know the administration too, that that the schools are beautiful, that they're attractive, kind of are welcoming or something like that. We're trying to teach the children this is what they deserve. Like
Okay.
that you deserve to be in a place that is safe and looks nice. And even we were talking about, the change that we're going to make to Galvin View, like where can we put the plants and,
Right.
that kind of
right.
thing. So maybe just, I know we've used welcoming also, but school campuses will be maintained to provide safe, welcoming, and appropriate conditions for learning, just, or something like that.
Yeah, I like that idea. Also, it says Santa Rita will recruit, retain diverse, highly qualified teachers and staff to support students. Maybe not in that line, but I'd also like to take an active step towards recognizing and highlighting innovation, that our teachers are doing, just so we can share that district wide. But I think, we have a lot of teachers, doing some amazing things, and I'd like to find a way to recognize and highlight those things.
Okay.
I think in the past we had mentioned, no, actually, I don't think I mentioned it, but it was in the back of my mind. Maybe expanding our principal spotlight to also maybe including teachers or TOSAs or something that they want to share, or something that's going well and having a good impact for our students.
Maybe in that bullet, it is recruit, retain, and recognize.
Okay. Recruit, retain, and recognize. Did you wordsmith that third bullet yet, Becky?
Let me work on that. I thought we already got that.
Do we want to put welcoming again, or school campuses will be maintained and I don't want to use the word beautified.
No, I don't.
That's,
I
Yeah,
don't
but I
either.
know
But
you
I
want the
know
spirit of
that's
that.
what we're trying to get
Yeah.
at, right?
I kind of liked the word attractive that Sarah
Safe,
said in the first
attractive, and
place.
appropriate
Yeah,
conditions for
Thank
learning.
you.
Yeah.
I remember Miss Koenig bringing it up in a facilities committee meeting, when we were doing construction. It was like, and she said, I want the children to still be in a beautiful place. And I thought, yes, we do. Even if we have to bring in planters that we move
Yes,
later,
yeah.
like I don't want you living in a construction zone or,
Yeah.
I don't feel like they are, at least.
I don't feel,
right?
yeah, like we can
Yeah.
put up fences and put plants and, just,
No,
It's
thank
like
you
at
for
the mall
saying.
where they make a wall and they're
yeah,
coming soon.
exactly.
No, thank you for saying that, 'cause I think sometimes they're saying like, okay, school should have the bare minimum to just learn, but it's like, no, I think part of that experience is being in a beautiful school as well, and being proud of the school that you go to. So glad you said that.
So, community, all parents and families will have opportunities to engage in school community relationships. I think that is what we've been working really hard towards. And so we just want to keep maintaining and expanding that. To me, it was important to say all parents and families would have the opportunities to do that. Which means we're continuing to grow the events, we're continuing to grow the opportunities, as well as the communication pathways, right? So that we're going overboard on it, so everybody feels they have ample access to be able to engage in those relationships. That was kind of my thought with making sure we added the word all in there.
I really liked the second bullet point with the community partners. And then the parents and the third bullet point, parents and families will have access to educational programming and structures through family resource centers. I was thinking maybe support there instead of structures.
Okay. Supports, yeah. Okay. Was there anything else we wanted to add for community, or does that sort of encompass our priorities?
I feel it does encompass everything. So that's good.
And then fiscal, so all fiscal decisions will support the mission and vision of our school district. I had to put something in here for Rosa. The district will,
Of course.
the district will work with families, and I should say with families and the community to increase ADA, or input, or spell out ADA. If you guys are okay with that one.
Yeah.
Because that kind of speaks to what we're trying to do with SINA, with the character counts, with the program with like Avid and Gear Up and those kinds of things, and keeping students engaged and helping families where we can when they're falling off and sort of needing different assistance to get their kids to school. And of course, we'll be fiscally prudent and build and maintain responsible reserves to protect our students.
In the second bullet point, the district will work with families to increase ADA. I'd like to change it to like, we'll work with families to increase like attendance and participation, or something like, I don't want it to sound like we just want bodies and seats. We don't. We want kids to be
Attendance and
successful.
That's a good point.
engagement.
Yeah. Attendance and engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we don't want them just showing up either. We want them like fully engaged as
Yeah.
well. Sometimes you have to.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's,
Yeah.
we don't want a bunch of people who are enrolled but don't show up.
Yeah.
And we don't,
Yeah.
or show up but are not
Engaged.
engaged in receiving the services that they need and being successful. Kind of thing.
That makes it. This sound initially a little drier. Yeah.
Yeah.
But adds it up a little bit.
All right. Anything else for fiscal, or is there another priority that we want to add? Or does this sort of,
I think it's a good balance
Those are
because between the first and the third, it's kind of like, okay, we want to make sure we spend sufficient to make sure these things succeed, but we also have to be fiscally responsible to make sure they're ongoing as well.
Is it possible to change the last one to will be fiscally prudent and build and maintain responsible budgets to protect our students?
budgets?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that like what we're spending, what we're saving, like the whole deal,
Yes. That's true. Yeah.
which I absolutely know that our current business office
Yes.
goes out of their way to do.
On academic
Mhm.
portion of this strategic action plan, should we, I guess maybe I'm asking the board, should we add all students will have access to the core curriculum? Or do you think that that's something that's already embedded?
I
don't
think
know.
it's worth saying. I know that we do it, but I also think that it's worth saying in terms of talking to parents, for instance, that imaginary newcomer student that I talked about. If a child who shows up third grade, never been to school before, we are still giving them access to third grade standards. You know, you get what everybody else gets, and you get what you need to be
Right.
successful.
How are you thinking of wording that, Christine?
Elva, what if on this one that says students will receive appropriate supplemental instruction to meet their individual needs, we changed it to say students will receive appropriate core and supplemental instruction to meet their individual needs.
That's good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Mhm. That's good. And then, should we mention something about STEM? You know, I don't know, I just kind of jotted it down. And
That
I'm
might
not
come
sure.
in like our backup document, where we're sort of laying out the 3-year approach or what that might look like.
Mhm.
What do you think? Because would that fall under the maximize learning opportunities? Or no, I see what you're saying. You want to, it's more than maximizing learning opportunities. It's more about
I
like
just don't
the
know how to word it.
experiences.
But I just think that, and we do it.
Mhm.
We do use the STEM process to teach children, but I think that it should be in there somehow.
Yeah, maybe where it says maximize learning opportunities using
Is that under
STEM.
academic?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right there.
using tools like STEM or maybe not, it's not a tool, it's,
To include STEM, I don't know how would you word that?
Well, because it might not just be STEM, right? We might increase
Mhm.
like VAPA, STEM,
Mhm.
So like the visual and performing arts, things like that, as like part of our steps for like innovative education. So maybe it's about innovative,
Mhm.
something about innovative activities, learning activities or experiences, innovative,
I don't know. I mean, it was just a suggestion. I mean, we don't have to put it in.
It's
But I
an,
mean,
it's an innovative and well-rounded approach to education though, right? Not just focused on
innovative
the
and
four
well-rounded.
core.
Yeah.
right. I like the word innovative.
I like innovative and well-rounded. Students will have access to innovative and well-rounded educational experiences.
It's more
Yeah.
encompassing.
Right.
So students will have access to innovative and well-rounded, say,
And I think when we talked about things we wanted to keep from the COVID experience, I think that one of the things that happened this year is teachers had to be innovative and use all kinds of things that they'd never used before. And some of those things will now translate back into a more traditional setting because it's like, hey, I learned all these technology things as a teacher I didn't know before. Let's, incorporate them into my daily classwork, which I wasn't doing before.
and this speaks to like some of our future goals of like having that virtual learning academy,
Mhm.
having a bilingual or dual immersion program that are growing capacity and things, right? So how about we add that bullet point there and that says students will have access to innovative and well-rounded educational experiences.
Good.
Yeah. No, that sounds good.
for the very, very last bullet point, prudent and maintain responsible reserves to protect our students. I don't know, just to protect our students seems a little strange. I was just thinking something like maybe ensure the long-term success of our students or something, because they're going to say, well, how are your reserves going to protect your
Well, we changed it
students?
to budgets.
We
Oh,
changed it to budget.
Oh, budgets,
and
okay.
maintain responsible budgets to
Best
Um,
serve the needs of our students.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just protect our
best serve-
students.
To best serve the needs of our students.
Yeah, just protect didn't see.
Okay.
That's the purpose.
Yeah. Okay. Alright. Anything else for that? It's a lot
That
of work.
sounds good.
So what I'll do is, I'll make these changes and then bring it back to our last meeting in July.
Yes.
And then that gives us a little more time to look at our backup documents as well. And if there's any changes we want to make there, and just sort of, I'll bring them back as a whole packet.
Okay, sounds good.
That
Thank
sounds
you.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to 7.1, our next regular board meeting. So it'd be Wednesday, June 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. And then 7.2, is there any future board items the board would like to bring forth?
Maybe we could talk about the possibility of the dual immersion program, kind of the vision for that, the first steps to that.
I'd like to do that one after Dr. Prather-Smith starts and
Yeah.
Donna Koenig after July 1. So maybe we can put that on the first one in August.
Awesome.
Okay, I think if there's nothing else, can I get a motion to adjourn at 12:53?
Motion to adjourn?
Can I get a second?
Second,
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Andrew Sandoval,
Yes.
Ms. Sarah Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Jacob Sandoval,
Aye.
Ms. Alvaro Ariano,
aye.
Mr. Neil Patel isn't present. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Did you get Neil's, whatever he suggested?
Yeah.
Oh.